All right. Hello and welcome back, everybody. Today we're going to do some designing stuff. If you haven't seen the recently released video, I did some of the work offline, and I have uploaded that work. So it has started, and I've got a few different little ideas I've thrown in here or there. One of them's over here. So just to change up our pillars instead of just long cylinders. Well, we could do something like this. And that is literally just turning our blocks around. Very easy to do. And it just adds something else to it. And you can go in here like this. And you're able to build on that. So, that leaves us with some options. Okay, let's say for this, we put foundation out here. Do a couple of them. Okay, that could give us something to ramp off of. Okay. Go in here and go with our 2 that we normally go with. Okay. Now, we're a little crooked on this one. We would have to try to get it straight. Not a problem. This was just throwing together an idea. And if you didn't notice, I went in and changed our default colors. So, we have the dark blue, which I like, and then I changed it to red for putting stuff in and deleting it. I didn't change the others yet. But instead of it being orange, we now have different colors. But what I'm saying is, like for the edges and things, okay, with this, it would be a little bit more difficult to do, but if we did something like that, maybe it might work. It's still not straight. We need like a slight turn. I'm not even getting a half turn on that. But we could take those out. See, we're able to get slight turns. Okay, another thing we can do, like this, switch over to vertical. Okay, now we're lined up here. Okay, and now we can bring this down to the level we desire. Say something like that. Okay, now something like that. And then instead of clicking that one in place, I'm going to hold it. Okay, and we could piece 2 together, or we just take this over and we try to center it the best we can. Now, we didn't exactly get our pillars perfect, so it's going to be hard to kind of line this up perfectly, as you can see. Right. But yeah, we could click that in right there. Okay. And then be able to do that. but even that is going to be off a little bit, as you can see. Okay. Go in here with half block. Still going to be a little bit off right there. If we go in here, maybe. I think it's still going to be off. Yeah, it's still going to be off. Still going to be off a little. It's going to stick out. See what that looks like. Oh. Oh, we had it. Where'd it go? Okay, let's try to deal with that. We'll bring that up. See, that's still the wrong. It's not curved right. The point I'm trying to get across here is just work with stuff until you get it right. Hey, thanks James. Welcome. I'm just doing a little designing today. Now, what we could possibly do, and it will take some work to do it, just put that back in like we had it. And then try to get these two to line up with each other. Which would be a little hard to do, but you might be able to achieve it. Now we have a little bit of a off right there, but I mean from a distance you can't tell. So now we would be straight. And then we get rid of this. Let's go back over to soup. And then we go here. And now it may not line up 100% the way we want it to, just because of well, we didn't, necessarily use this block to come down with. But even that's not hard to do. All you'd have to do is clip on here, go back to vertical, okay, come down 10, take it, go underneath, delete. Okay. Now we are lined up here, but we're not lined up here. Well, I mean, I guess that depends on who you are and what you want to put into it, you know what I mean? I mean, I'm personally not going to sit here for, you know, 2 years and not try to finish the game. My goal is to finish the game and then see, I think it would line up better if we used a single, but I know we're going to end somewhere in this area. My goal is to try to complete the game. And then to try to do some more of the building stuff here. See, I can make this look right. If we put a 4 there. Okay, and then we come over here. And we could put a 2 in. Okay, and then right here, see, 2's not gonna quite do it for us. But in order to get rid of the awkwardness, we'll bring it over here and make it even. Okay, and then fill in that gap. And so now, instead of it sticking way out there, we go something like that. And do that. And now it's level all the way across. Is it level back here? No. But now we would have this corner sticking out here, like we do on the other side. But like I said, we're not quite even here. Our pillar did not line up necessarily the way I thought it would. It's just ideas. That's all that is. It's just ideas. We don't have to have it connected to the pillar. That's not necessary. Okay. I'm just throwing some ideas out there. I don't want to spend all that time trying to beat the game instead of just finishing the game, okay? And then from that point, I know what we're going to require. Okay, we've already got it. Then, what that's going to allow me to do is I can build around this stuff knowing what I need And I'm not trying to kill content on my channel, but let's say I spend the next 2 years building these magnificent creations in here. There's going to be something over the next 2 years that could replace this. So, yeah, I may lose some potential views and things like that because I'm not doing the interesting stuff that some of these other channels are doing, some of these other people are doing. But that popularity is probably going to die anyway over the next few years, where this is still going to be getting views, yes, from new people playing the game and stuff like that, but I can show people how to do this stuff just the same, because literally all I'm doing is I'm looking at what the machine demands. In this case, in this factory, you've got to look at what the machine needs. And a lot of these machines, you need to look at what they get rid of. Are you getting product? Or are you getting waste? Okay, here we're producing power. It demands an X amount of water to produce. It demands an X amount of fuel. But in return, you have to do something with the waste. Well, that's going to put out so much waste a minute. So you've got to have machines to take care of that. And that's what we're working on now. I have to run a separate water source. Thank you, Fireside, for coming in and helping figure out this water situation. We did have a mess going on. We were losing water pressure and things, and I was racking my brain trying to figure it out. And I probably would have done a very similar setup where now every nuclear plant is set up on its own individual water source, basically. So we have our 3 original lines coming in. Okay, and these 2 tanks are being filled and they are feeding 1. It is branched off to fill that and feed another one. And then we have another line that comes up. Okay, our second line comes up and it's feeding this, which is then feeding a separate one. And we had to run another line, which is feeding our last one. And that is how we solved the water shortage, because we were producing water. But the nuclear plants were still starving for water, essentially. So we would have water all the way up to the first nuclear plant, but beyond that, our really didn't make much sense. But this solved our problem, so now we're able to move forward. I still have one more line I need to run up. That is going to feed those 2 little machines down there on the end. Because we're leaving the nuclear plants on their own water. There's nothing going to be added to those water lines. We're going to run one more system up here as of right now, and that's going to feed into those machines. We do need to do something with this water. At some point, because these tanks are filling up. So I may feed that into those systems. We may package it and just get rid of it. I don't know yet. But we've got to split off our nuclear waste so that this machine over here will work properly. Hi, Pro. Welcome in, man. And James, you're absolutely right. As long as you're having fun, it doesn't really matter. Because I'm not trying to be like the other guys. I am trying to do some interesting builds and things. I know not everybody watches the videos. As you can see over there, our Sky Road has some things attached to it. Those are things I've been working on. And just trying to figure out a design. Honestly, to me in this game, you're not really stealing anything because all the stuff is here. To me, where you would be stealing someone else's is where you're going in and you're using mods, because that's something someone else has built that's not in the game. These pillars wouldn't be copying anybody else because it's all here. You can build it yourself. But I'm trying not to copy someone else's creation either. I'm trying to be unique in my own way. Hey, Fireside, what's up? Thanks for stopping in, man. It took me a little bit to figure out how to make this look like we had concrete beams running across and not just pillars sticking down, but I figured it out. We're just using concrete walls. Okay, I'll show you all how I'm doing it. We're going to run walls across. Regular wall. And then we're using half foundations. And what I've done is, see, it'll clip to the bottom here, but that's not what I wanted. Okay. So I held the hologram and I adjusted it up where it kind of sits flush. Okay. And then I set the other block in. And now we have created a big concrete beam. Right. And that's what I'm kind of working on today a little bit. We may do some other things too. You know, I try not to pay so much attention to these other ones as far as what they're building as to how they're doing it, because there are some things I didn't know how to do. Like getting certain angles and things right. There's stuff I had figured out, like if you're just starting the game out and you take a foundation and let's say we're going this way and I want to curve. Well, if I haven't unlocked everything, I didn't know I figured this part out. But if you hold that, you're able to bring that back. And now you've created a curve. Okay, and you can bring that out. Okay, and then you can adjust these however you want, you know, like that's how mine ended up turning out. You can look at that at my original Sky Road. Okay, now instead of doing all this, I mean, unless you're, you know, unless your road is going to go something like this, you know what I mean? But now, to make my curves, what I'm doing is, let's say I want to curve off of here. Because I have been able to unlock the other stuff. Now, if I put this in here, now I've created a curve. Does it look like one? Well, not necessarily. But let's make it look like one. And obviously the side of our road needs definition. And that is not on zoop. There we go. Alright, come on. Snap. Ah, it's wanting to fight me today. Okay. Listen. There we go. Okay, now it's a little bit more defined, right? Okay. And then you come in with your designs. Now you got to figure out what line you're wanting to use. These are going to put it dead center of your block. Okay. If you go to the side line, okay, you're going to rotate it. Now you can do your dotted line right down the middle. This is how you're going to make a road. Oh, I messed that up. And it's okay if you do. Just go in here and click pattern removal. Okay. And then you're able to come in and redo it. Okay. Now let's say you want to know passing. Well, now, okay, if you want dotted lines on both sides, that's how you do that. Okay. You also have the double line. So now the edge of your road has definition, and you have no passing. Okay, like you would see here in America, and I'm sure in other places they have different different styles, but this is how you're making a road. Now, if you want it to look like an actual road, you'll go in here to materials, and you can click on asphalt. So now it looks like a paved road. Okay. And this is stuff that is very basic. Okay. I did not, and I kind of wish I would have been able to play the original version, but I didn't have a PC. I just got my PC back in August of last year, and so I'm a little behind, but it's still a wonderful game. And to respond to that, I honestly think they could still do something like that, but not where you've got to collect flowers and things. But like our foundations require concrete. Now, if I want to go in here, okay, this is costing materials. I think they could do the same thing on the paint where you're having to use like silica. That would make it more like a latex-based paint, basically. Or some kind of resource that would make it more like, you know, oil-based paint. I think they could still incorporate something like that if they wanted to. Yeah, that is one that I was trying to decide on that. And honestly, the way the light hits it, it makes it look like it's so different sizes. And it's not. It's all the same. It's all exactly the same. But it's kind of an illusion. Oh yeah. Hi, buddy. I put a ladder all the way up to make it look like, you know, an access. And I can hide the street light in there and make it glow whatever color I want to make it glow. I do use the screens, but I don't have the codes to rewrite to make the LEDs brighter and things like that, like some of these guys are doing. I have been looking more into that stuff. I've been looking more into the code for extending our, you know, object limitation. I've got a little bit more research to do because I do not have a save file to go in and edit that code, so I'm trying to figure that out. I have searched and searched and searched. I couldn't sleep last night, and I came in and sat down and tried to figure that out. And like I said, I don't apparently have the file that I'm supposed to have to be able to do that. So I've got to figure that out. But that was one of the ideas. This is another one. And he's basically using the same blocks. You get your block under here. And instead of putting it like we're doing over there underneath the nuclear factory, this is how I'm doing it over there. Okay, but instead of doing it this way, now you're going to take this, you're going to stick it side by side, okay, and then you're going to grab one of your 4-meter blocks, hold the hologram, move it over where it lines up. Okay, you can do it this way or you can do it another way. The way I'm doing it is you take this block. Nope, I think that's the wrong one too. Which one is it? This one. I'm sorry, I grabbed the wrong one. So you're going to take this one. Okay, hold. No, this isn't working either. Okay, there we go. Now, and now we have created a wider footprint. So we're going to take this guy and we're going to snap it on the end of that. Now obviously this is not where it should be, but I'm not putting it here. So that gives you your wider footprint. Now, in order to continue going down, you use this one. Okay, again, you're going to hold it, center it, change over to vertical, and now you're able to go down. And then you use the opposite of the blocks you just used up here to make your base. And then what I did, instead of having this all the way down, okay, because now I would have to come in here and use these blocks. Okay. I'll build half of it here. And now I come in, okay, and I delete every other one. And voila. Okay. And I never thought that I would originally use these half pipe, you know, blocks and things. But when I really got into thinking about the building and seeing what some other people were able to do with them, I thought, you know what? I probably am going to eventually use those in building because I need pillars and things like that. Now, for this one, okay, you take your top block, okay, and instead of just clipping it into place like that, okay, now we're going to go vertical with it. Okay, same concept as we did. Oh, come on now. Keep hitting the wrong key. So now you just come down here, get it the same direction, and finish it. Okay, and then you're going to take that same inner block, okay, you get it lined up, and you do the same thing. So now, instead of adding multiple blocks to get our pillars, we've done it that way. Now another idea for this, we could carry the same concept, okay, where we could delete every other one out of here. And there's other things I probably haven't figured out yet that we could do. But, you know, that's what makes a good creator, is you're not just going in and learning about a game and basing it off of somebody else's creations. You're going in and you're learning things you didn't know about the game, and then you're able to share that with everybody, because everybody has to learn, you know. And there's just some things you don't figure out. See, now we've used the same concept, but we've completely changed it. It's not the same. Okay. And all we would do is take this, and we do the same thing on this side. Okay. And we copy that. And it would probably be easier to go in and just do the whole row and delete every other one. It really just depends on who you are and what your style is, what you feel like doing. Okay, so now we've taken that and we've made it into that. Which is still a pretty cool concept. Oh yeah. You're absolutely welcome. Thanks for being here, and I hope you can come back sometime. Life gets in the way sometimes. That's just the way it is. I know, because I often have to take off for work myself, so work, sleep, that's just part of it. But I'm glad you were able to come in nonetheless. And I'm going to try to do better at explaining some things later on. In the future, I should say. I know I don't do the best of that right now, but now, if anyone is worried about let's say the ground's not even, and you want the bottom to look right, well, you might have some problems. But there you go. See, it doesn't want us to put that in there. It says something's there. But what we can do is go like that. Now this one's not letting us zoop in there, but as you can see, we're able to make the base solid, if that makes sense to anybody. Okay. So we're able to clip there. We come over, make that even. Okay. It's not going to let us go this way with it. And we can't clip in there, but we can put it in there manually. And that one's not going to let us. For some reason, that is not going to let us put that in. It doesn't like that. Okay, but what we can do is try to come down here. Let's see if it'll let us clip it in like I did before. Nope. It's not going to let us do that. So, you'll run into some problems like that, but the thing is, if you're going to do it that way, okay, you're not going to see your curve at the bottom anyway. So just take it out. Okay, now, it's not going to argue with us. And look, it looks just the same as it did before. And it's not arguing with us. Okay? It just replaced the block. Okay, and I know it can get irritating sometimes when you're trying to figure something out. And the more I create, the harder of a time I figure out what I want to go with. The one thing I have not personally seen anybody do is a tunnel. And I want to put a couple of those in. Now, I still don't know if I have the stuff in my inventory. I do not. We'll have to go get some, but I'll show you my idea. And I personally don't care if anybody uses this stuff because you're not really copying me. I'm just showing you how to do something. It's all materials in the game. You could easily stumble across it yourself just by experimenting. So don't feel like you're copying anything. I am not one that's going to sit here and say I own my blueprints and you can't have them. I will gladly show you how I have built things. That is not a problem. I don't own any of this. This all belongs to Fix-It. I have no mods. And I don't know that I'm going to use mods. I have seen some cool things in my journey figuring out how to change the object limitations and things like that I would like to change just so that we can build some crazy things in the future. But my goal is to finish the game. I don't care how long it takes to do that, but I would like to finish the game. Okay, why are we... Okay, there we go. Alright, so Yeah, there we go. That's where I wanted it to be. So we did something like that. I would have to hold. There. Okay. And then we got to figure out, let's see. Okay. Trying to remember how I did this, but the background I think is the same. Layout really doesn't matter. Okay. Now we're going to click back on that. We're going to hit copy. And we're going to select this one and we're going to hit paste. We're going to select that one and we're going to hit paste. And that did not line up properly. Nope, one is slightly off. Okay. That should have made that disappear. It did not. It works on the smaller screen, so. But even that, I think I could handle. I think I could handle that. That's a little bit more realistic anyway, if you look at how it's divided up. Okay, and then over here, you basically do the same thing. You're basically doing half screens. And for the sake of, let's see, no, we can't, so we'd have to go back in. There we go. Okay, we can save that as a preset. We'll say bright green. Select. You don't want an icon. Just making the same thing. We don't want any text. We could divide this up somehow where it says something if we wanted to. Okay. Boom. Copy. And now you're going to paste it. And this can be the hard thing to do. But you just do it until you get them all. And it kind of takes care of your clipping problem. Okay, and do that on both sides. And it doesn't have to be that color, we just kind of chose that color for the sakes and purposes of this. That's not what I wanted. We have no power. But that's what we'd be looking at, depending on what color we want to choose. I may keep it red like the bridges. We could go with this. It's not horrible. Might look kind of cool at nighttime, glowing green. And we can even take these we're missing the wire. Okay. Now we could take those and feed them in here and be able to hide them and actually make it green in here. We wouldn't necessarily need the screens. It would take more power. And then instead of having to redo that over here, now all I have to do is build them. Okay. There you go. That's what it looks like with both sides done. Okay. And then if we wanted to, we could take this and we could change these colors. Let's say we go with our, let's go with our blue. I keep hitting the save button instead of, there we go. And you select that color. I kind of like a darker blue, honestly. This is more like a purple almost. Yes, 33, that is our blue right there, I think. Okay, there we go. Now this. Yes, I want to overwrite the one we have. Okay, now everything else is the same. Exit out, it will save it. And then we don't even have to do that. All we have to do is click our center mouse button. Now it's, there we go. Oh, there we go. Now we have made the bottom a different color. Okay. And you could do this anything. You could go with black, gray, whatever. Okay. If you wanted to do that, you go black and white. You could literally do anything. As long as it's available, you can do it. And that's how you do that. You make it one solid thing. Now, what I didn't do, and I'm sure you can see it too, you want to delete that. Okay? That's what's showing up on our screens. Okay. And we went with a grid, so we don't want to do grid. Right now the grid is gone. Okay. So all we would do here is go in, get rid of the grid. Get rid of that. Okay, see how I changed it? Okay. We just want blank. So whatever you choose on here is what's going to show up. Okay, the snowflakes are right there. Okay. just a plain screen. Now I'm going to center click my mouse, copy that, and get the same results we did before, but without the stuff we don't want. See there? Okay. Now, excuse me. Let's say I wanted to make a double. We would have to extend out. And I'm sorry if I sound funny. My allergies are just absolutely ridiculous right now. Okay, we would have to put down our half block. I think I went with 2. Yes. And then you're going to go with your half pipe, quarter pipe. Okay. And we're going to get it to line up. And we're going to do the same thing over here. Now to close that gap, go with a number 1. There you go. Now, there's nothing saying, as far as I know, there's no reason why we couldn't get rid of all of this. And just have like this. Okay, now what we can do, we can either run our trains through there, or let's do, no, not that one. We need this side, yeah, this one. Over here it would be a little bit difficult because you'd only be able to do the line on one side, but now you have that. And then over here we would go back to this guy. Okay. Now you've made yourself a double highway. Go even further with that. Okay. Let's say you're on one of them places where they gotta put a barrier between the highway sides. Split highway. Okay. There you go. You just put up a road barrier. you have a split highway. Okay. Now you have several different road barriers you could use. Okay. We could go like this to where there's a little bit of an edge in our tunnel. Or we move the tunnel to fit our road. Okay. Now instead of those being there, you put them here. Okay, and you can make a double thick wall like that too, you see there? Okay, and you do the same thing over here. Or just come out here and you get rid of this. And then you'd be looking at a half foundation here. And you'd be looking at a half foundation over here once you move this side in. Okay, so now it's just as wide as the highway is. Okay. I haven't quite figured out where I want to place these tunnels yet. And then instead of doing the screens, you just come in down the middle. You would press hold. I don't have the materials on me. Shift that over, and you're able to do streetlights right down the middle of your highways. Okay, just put one way, one the other. Now there are ways you can hide them by putting them inside the blocks and things like that. Okay. You can also take like the sides, and you take these little screens like this. Okay. And you could put little lights throughout the tunnel. Okay. So as you're passing through, it'd be like some tunnels are. You got little lights. It all depends on what you want, how you want it. Okay. You could set it to where you have those little screens where there's little lights. And then you could have it where your street lights come on when it gets dark. Okay. And then you could probably put these up on each side so people could see as they drive into the tunnel. There's all kinds of things you can do with it. Okay. If you don't want to use the power, hide you a switch over here. Hook it all up to a switch and then you're in control. If you don't want to use power and you're not going to be showing it off, turn it off. If you want to show it off and show people what you've done, well, go over there, turn it on. There's options. Okay, there's options. I'm gonna have to blow my nose, I think. Hang on, guys. Alright. We'll make this same way. Come over here, we'll line it up with our block. Okay. had it. There it is. Now I did go in and change where my mouse roller does the up and down. And if you have a really touchy mouse, you can come in and do just like micro movements and get things just, I mean, insane. I've seen some of these mega builders doing that. But there you have it. We now went from a railway tunnel to a 2-lane highway. Okay. Well, again, like I said, you want it to look like a real road. You can asphalt it, or you can leave it concrete. It's all up to you. Okay. And instead of using full foundations like this, you just put a half foundation, and then you don't have foundation sticking out here. Okay. Otherwise, you would have it looking something like that. Okay. Just go in. And put a half foundation in. Now it's nice and clean. Okay. And we can go in and set this up in a blueprint, or we could just build it and keep building it. Or we could manually build it. Either way. Okay. And then you could come in here and I'm sure you could set up something, you know, put a roof on this, you know. And now, fill in the gaps. Now you have kind of like a barn style. I'm sure there would be some way, some form of I don't have concrete, but just for experimental purposes, we might be so we're too far to do that. Now what we could do we could go like that. concrete. You could probably do concrete like that. I'm not sure we could do it with a ramp. Let's see, none of that would clip right. And I'm sure you could probably put something into, you know, something like that. And it looks rounded. You could go with just these blocks on there. Curve. Node curves. Curve your tunnel with it. And these, you can follow the curvature if you have a pillar or something there. Okay. Alright. So now you've got a peaked roof on there. You've got several different ideas that you can run with. You could make this a double train without a divider. You could put a divider up if you don't want a real thick one. And you want to have more like 2 tunnels. You go in here. Hey Max, how you doing? You want it to match? Well, there you go. There your sides match. Now this obviously wouldn't work because we got the curve. Otherwise, you would have to put your blocks in. I don't know if there is a thinner version where you could do something like that. I haven't seen one. Yeah, that would be kind of cool if you could. Okay. Now, this, you could split this, I suppose, but you're going to lose. So I think what I would do if I was going to do that, I would add a half foundation in here or a full foundation. That way you could take this and you could do it on both sides. You're basically building a double tunnel. You see what I mean? You would want to do a different block, so you could still have your 2 lanes. So this would essentially go back out where it was at. And it would change your roof. that on both sides. So now so now we remove our lines, and that would move our lines over. You see, we still have a slight gap over here. And you're going to see that on some highways. You'll have like a little gap on one side or the other of the highway. Sometimes you have a gap on both sides. It just really depends on what you're trying to go for. Okay. This would be more like a one-way or a one lane. Okay. And you could do that too. You could have your road and then you could have your train. You'd have to line your rail up about as center you can get it. Okay. So you could do it this way. Like I said, it's going to change your roof a little bit. But that's kind of why I'm in here messing with this too, is to see what I want to deal with. We might end up doing something like this on that rail there, because we don't have a road that goes down there yet. We don't even have a road that goes over there. So this is all stuff for future building, things I'm kind of running through my head. Now I do like this idea, but I kind of also like this one over here where we've changed it up a little bit. And we put these gaps in. I don't know, I may go with that one. And see, then we could go like this and run like we're doing over there under our factory. And now it's going to look like we have a center beam support under there. Fix that. You just run it in there like that. And now it looks like it's meant to be there, and it looks like we have a beam. The road is actually supported. We don't just have pillars underneath it, kind of like we're doing underneath the factory over there. And I've been kind of messing around with different ideas for those pillars also. that's another planet or a moon, but that's pretty cool. There's our space center. Anyway, that is why I put designing in for today, because I am wanting to get some pillars put in. We've been doing a lot of building. We've been doing a lot of putting machines in. We are working on phase 5. We just opened that up. But you know, I'd like to also make some things look a little bit more complete. You know, it's less we'll have to do in the future. And this is really coming along over here. I've been trying to go about every 12 foundations and dropping a pillar. And in a way, if you keep following over, all you have to do is count over and put you a pillar, and by doing this, you're able to keep them straight. It's just another way to do that. Instead of going up here and finding out, you know, where your lines are, because to be honest, on this concrete, it's kind of hard to follow unless you're like right here in the middle. You come over here, well, as you're going along, you can kind of lose that line unless you're close enough. So just food for thought there. Now, in order for us to keep going, I'm hoping we can feed off the railroad, but I'm not going to hold my breath. Well, he had it for a second. I'm going to go ahead and run some power out here. And that way we know we're good to go on that. Now we can't use that here. And what we can do is something like that. We don't have the quick wire, but we can attach it and then go underneath and run power underneath so that we can continue building this. I need to run and get some wire. I think while we're at it, we are going to take at least one of these vehicles back with us. Give us an excuse to use our tunnel demo over there. I haven't personally seen anybody using tunnels. I'm sure there's somebody out there that has. I mean, there's got to be. This camera view is making us jump. Stop it. Yeah, now we're not. There we are. There we go. Get it where I can adjust the camera. Some of the things I've seen that would be cool to put in here would be like traffic signals, stoplights, such like that. Maybe some stop signs or yield signs or slow signs, things like that, caution signs. Doesn't look like our elevator lined up with the floor. Let's go get some quick wire. Which actually I should have went down to that crate down there. I want to empty that crate out, so let's do that. I know there's quick wire in it. Or was. Better to check. Yeah, see, there's no way this one is a death crate. There's just no way. Your inventory is not that big. Oh, yep, there it is. I mean, this is something else dumped storage for sure. I don't know if it was a train, a plane, a bird. I have no idea, but something dropped a massive crate out here. I could probably get rid of some of that. I would like to take more. I'll get rid of some of this. I know I have plenty of rubber. Okay. That should get us by for a while. And I'm okay with that tractor staying over there. Now, where is... I wonder if Fireside may have deleted our buggy. I don't blame you, I mean, if it was in the way. I just, I don't remember having it over there. I took the truck over there. I'd have to go back and look and see. Because, I may have left it in the way, and it was full of fuel. I forgot to ask him yesterday if he had to get it out of his way. It's not showing up. And the one that is There is one that may or may not be out in the wilderness. It may have went over the cliff, but I thought we took a tractor over the cliff, not a buggy. Oh, there it is. Alright, we didn't leave it in the way. Good. I've still got to put one up here, but this is the museum, guys. The cyber car is not usable. It does not work. I mean, it works, but not the way it should. It's opposite of NASCAR. It does not like to go left, so yeah, you get to do right turns instead of left. And the character is sticking out the bottom of it. You should be able to do electrical now. And looking at that back there, that's essentially another way to do curves. Put it around if you wanted. Big roundabout. This game is going to ask you to do math. The plumbing portion of things, that's like a whole different story. We had to add a lot of pumps and valves and things in order to get all this to work right, but this is where we're at on power, in case anybody is wondering what we got figured out. We're producing power now. We've got 43,000 in storage. I would like to increase that 1 to 2 more, because we are going to have to increase our power. These big machines over here, the big machines over there, those are the particle accelerators. They use a high amount of power, and if we're going to have more than just a couple of them running, we're going to have to add some power, and that's without overclocking them. Just amping up one of them puts us at over 30,000 draw. And that's going to cause our batteries to drain, somewhere around 10,000 every time. So we've got to make sure we have the power to amp these machines up. And we had to have enough water, and I still don't even think we have enough water now to be able to amp up our power up here, because these things I'm telling you, they drink some water. I mean, just at 100%, they're taking in 50. You amp these up. And let's see, these down here, I think, why are they red? Why are they having a fit? And why has our waste stopped? Oh, don't tell me our water tanks are full. Yep. And water has nowhere to go. Okay, well, I guess we're going to take care of this problem real quick. I'm going to see if I can come over this way without interfering with kind of a hard turn. That's a little more gentle. There we go. Okay, so these guys need water. Well, we need to get them water. And for them to be happy, we don't have a couple of things to do that, so we also need to take half of this waste and bring it over here. To make these. And that is going to take this stuff here. exactly get that straight, did we? Okay, now we've got to bring our waste over here. want to carry that with us because we'll be radioactive no matter where we go. Okay, now our markers on the floor are going to change because we just changed where this stuff comes out at. So none of this is a safe area for pioneers anymore. Okay. None of this should be safe, but that's all radioactive waste. Not sure why that was marked safe. So none of this is safe anymore. Make sure we have changed it all. So anything that is past the pioneer marks that goes into the nuclear, you want to make sure that you have a mask and filters. Now, I still don't think we're draining enough for that machine to be happy. And we're draining it, but we're not draining at a rate that I'm comfortable with. We're going to run into a problem over here if we don't use this stuff quick enough too, so we may have to set up at least a second machine over here, which is not a problem. We have room to do that. We don't have the stuff to do it. We can go get the stuff to do it. We can set up another machine for sure. Now, I don't think we've got quite enough room to set up more nuclear. We'd probably have to move some things around. But we do have the ability to add more. Alright, so now we are making plutonium pellets. We have to figure out what to do with those, but we're making them. Is this going to our power? Wait for it to boot up one more time. I can't remember if the one over at the factory is turned on. I think we turned that off when we killed the
here to redo the water lines. So we'll probably have to run back over there, not just to check that, but we've got to go get more materials to build another machine anyway. Like I said, we may be doing other things today, and we kind of had to. This is going to eat some waste, but how quick or rate it's going to do it, I don't know. It's going to be enough to keep our nuclear plant running. I don't know. It's not moving that quickly. And neither is this now. I mean, these aren't backed up. We have it feeding into a storage bin. Maybe that's what we need to do here, set up some storage. Let's delete this line out. There we go. They're emptying out. Perfect. Perfect. And then they will slowly trickle into here. Hopefully that'll keep us from overflowing. We probably could come in here and add a third one over here, just to steer on the safe side of things. Once we get this all put together over here, I don't plan on spending a whole lot of time over here. That's why I'm not worried about having room to walk and drive and all that, because this is, radioactive. It'll kill you. especially if you run out of masks. And well, who wants to spend their time making masks? I mean, sure, you could set up a system to make them, but it's just as quick to make them by hand. So. Alright, now hoping we're able to keep this draining quick enough. So it puts out 15 a minute. And these need 30 per minute. We didn't get those frames. We'll have to go get those frames. Put a couple pumps in that line. Keep everything moving smoothly. I'm waiting for one of these times. I'm not going to think about it, and I'm going to go across there and get plowed over by a train.
Hey! No!
Oh, puppies. Let me tell you. Over there playing in the water just soaked our kitchen floor. I don't care if he plays in the water outside, just not in the house. I should have went the other way. And I didn't. I can go that way now. Which is not really going to matter much. I don't have a ramp coming straight down here. Either way would have brought us to the same place. Okay. I think the other thing we needed was plastic. Let's go up and get some plastic. hooked up to plastic is really eating it. We will slow that down. Excuse me. I may have to speed our trains up. I'm just trying to make sure production doesn't stop. I need that to feed just enough so the trains can unload and still pick up enough so production doesn't stop on the other end. We could justify it by adding more machines that use plastic. And of course, then you're producing more of another product. Hi, Francisco. What's up? Thanks for stopping by. I was working on some designs, but we ran into a couple issues over here I needed to resolve. Okay. We need some of this put in here. I still think we're going to have to package this water. Because these tanks are keeping up, so we don't need to feed them anymore. It's kind of a balancing act, to be honest, because one machine is making water, the others need to eat water, but at the same time they're producing the acid that machine needs. So what do? We set up a massive storage to package some of this and run some empty containers over here. I don't know. Is one of those going to be enough to keep that machine running? That's another question we have to figure out. Put out 50 per minute, so we technically need 2 of these to keep that machine running. Which is going to take more acid than we're producing. Well, I can't say more than we're producing, but it's going to take more that we are producing. But it's also going to put out more water. What do you do? We could stop eating plastic and have plastic brought over here. Produce empty containers over here. It would then allow us to package some of that. Now, I don't know if the awesome sink will take I know it won't take the nuclear waste, but I don't know if it will take this other stuff or not. I haven't tried. The non-fissile uranium, I have no idea if it will take that or not. No idea.
take that for us. It does not take waste. And I'm not sure that we are producing enough waste to put in more than one of those machines. Puts out 10 per minute. That's 20 per minute that we're putting out. This is only 25 per minute, so you almost need 3 of those to feed one of those consistently. This is where math comes in. Okay, this is going to take 37 and a half per minute. So you basically need 3 of those to feed one of these. Unless you get backed up like this, and then, well, you might be able to consistently feed one. But eventually that stock is going to run out. So pretty much need 2 more of those, which means we're going to have to set up some more water down there so that we can set up 2 more of those. And stick to one of each machine. I think we're going to have to just package the water possibly, or see if we can feed it somewhere else. Maybe we can take it to the factory, run it down underneath and follow the high road over, and maybe we can utilize that water over there. The last thing we need is stuff shutting down because it has nowhere to go. I don't know what to do with the nitric acid. Other than what we're doing with it right now. And the crazy thing is we're not even into the alternative recipes yet, so this is strictly sticking to the basics. Adding alternative recipes is just going to add an even bigger headache for us to contend with. Not saying that's a bad thing, it's just how much do you want to take on at one time? You know? Or do we run the water over here and put in a tanker and have it took to the factory? We could do that. If we had to, we could package it over there. And we are only able to produce so much water over there. What is going to be our best option? That's the question. ads or not. I don't know if I was able to get my subscription renewed. I will have to do that. It's kind of weird how the billing cycle works, honestly. Sometimes it lines up for me, and sometimes it does not. There we go. Got our music going again. Let's listen to some music while I figure out what option I want to go with here. Two trains running. We could set up a separate train. Then we would have to move all this down. We'd have to curve that off over here, which would then change our road. It would make it a little bit more complex as well. What do I have over at the factory where we could... Let's see if we need it over at the factory. Then we know if we're taking it to package or... I'm okay running another train and changing this setup. That's not going to be that hard to do. I just want to know what we're going to do with it once we get it there. Whether I add a train and set up a different change station, or just add a station or two to consume water. I'd have to have at least 2 cars. But then again, 2 cars may take too much at a time.
enough water anyway. Yeah, see, we're pushing 1,000 a minute, so if anything, we probably could have took some of this water over there to fix our water problem. I think we're going to end up having to package it. I think we're going to have to package water over here as well. Let's see, this isn't moving fast enough either. So, excuse me, what I'm seeing between that factory and this one is we're going to have to set up a packaging system, I guess, at this time, and get rid of some of this fluid that we're not using. I don't know if these two machines were on still down here. Yes, they are. And the problem is, without these running, we're not producing the heat sink we need for that to keep running. through and just get our factory turned back on here. I don't know, without turning stuff off, honestly. Can't run out of this. Have to shut aluminum off if we did. Yeah, that's not good. Kind of running low. We're not producing near enough copper ingot for what these are eating, and they're not even. I mean, we've got the somber sleeps in there, yes, but it's not making a difference in what these machines are eating. And we need 2 more of these to feed that, because I believe that eats 200 a minute. reach 100 per minute. So this is going to take more ingot than what we are currently producing. These are only doing 30 per minute. Excuse me, so that's 240 there, so it's going to take all of these just to feed those two machines. Well, that's a problem. We're going to have to set up more of these to make ingots. And I'm thinking we're going to have to just connect all of our storage together and then divide it up into everything that's using them. Or we're going to have to set up 4 more of these to feed those two machines individually and stop feeding off of this supply over here. That'll probably be the best solution. We'll go ahead and do a 3. We may not need a 3, but we'll put one in anyway. Which may require us to bring in more copper. Excuse me. And what I'm hoping is that this will be able to catch up to itself. I mean, that's what I'm hoping. Other option would be to feed this one into that machine and this one into that machine, which is possible. But we're not getting 300 a minute per machine this way. So actually, this use our brains here for a second. That's 240. We could try to overclock them. But we would still need we need 10 machines feeding one. Otherwise we get into an overclocking situation.
bring in more copper. I'm thinking we need to upgrade our miners, and we may have to find some other mining locations, depending on how this works out for us. Turbo motor. I think we're doing that over here. I've got this feeling we're going to have to hook up 2 of those, but we're not producing enough aluminum. Yeah, we've got a lot to do to our factory still. Let's go do this. See if we can get our copper production up without having to go tap into more. We're gonna
to need more ore, or are we going to be fine? That is what we have to find out.
And I'm betting we're probably still going to have to add more.
Keeping our ore up. And what we may have to do is what, an hour ahead of us. I try to remember that. Okay, now I know we do have more copper nearby. I just have to find it again. I've come across it, I just don't remember where it's at. I think that's limestone, I think. Yeah. Limestone, which we could put in and help increase our concrete production. If I believe right, there was copper in this direction. Yeah, maybe there wasn't. I could have swore there was, though. Copper, right there. And there's more copper there. Excuse me. We have more copper up here.
That's pretty close. It's right there. Now where is that other one? This one. It's a little bit further out, but that's not horrible. We can conveyor both of those in. And we can go out here and change that one to A3 as well. We got enough. I don't know if I got enough material on me to change all this to a 4 or not. We probably need to change it all to a 5, but it's fine. We're close enough. We'll go get some more. Right up here. I thought I had already changed all my conveyors over to 4. I guess not.
some material now. It's just these last ones down here that are starving. Now that's not to say that something else will at some point, but yeah, this one. We're still gonna have to feed more in. I'm wanting to see what happens if we allow the conveyors to catch up. This is where I'd like to get the switches put in. These really aren't hurting anything. Why is that one feeding so much faster than these are? around this would be go down there to storage and grab out of storage, fill these machines up as we do this. Now this is without using any kind of smart stuff, priority stuff, anything like that. Gaps in that one, not horrible. And I can see why. We are on the verge of introducing another copper line in here. At least one more. Maybe we can help mitigate that a little bit. still gonna have to get another one in here, I guarantee it. Right now we're feeding a lot out of that storage. You can see we're starting to get gaps in both lines now. All stuff we didn't have to worry about before is a concern now. You can see even our limestone over here isn't keeping up. Not like it was. I did not put any ammo in our getting more copper. We're gonna have to take care of these guys by hand. Is that it? Just one? And where's the copper? There it is. And what's protecting it? Just one. Okay. That way, I'd have to take it all the way across the factory, but we could take it that way. I have a feeling we're going to overload our conveyors, though. Transports 480 per minute. Yeah, so one of our
of our conveyors is able to carry 2 of these machines, which I don't see that being the full case since it varies on purity. And this is normal, so that's why we're not getting as much out of here as we could. Oh, that's gonna hurt. Yep. Limestone. There's copper up here somewhere. There it is. And that's another normal. Okay. I'm just seeing if we have one that's more pure or not, if they're all going to be normal that are close to us. This one over here will be a little bit further out for us to run, but there's like nothing there. I know it's over here. Whoa! I don't remember if it's up here or down there. I think it's down here. Ouch. This is normal. That's iron pure. We probably have to go way further out to get pure. So it's not going to matter where we run from out here. I don't even know that we even have a pure copper running in, so I guess that's what we got to decide, guys, where we're running from. If you all want to tune back in about 2.5 hours, 3 hours, I may go live again. But it is dinner time for me, and we will figure this out at a later time. I do appreciate everybody watching. We have figured out a lot more on what we're going to be getting into and what we've got to do to keep going. So I hope to see you all again real soon. And if I don't go tonight, it may be because of hurting. I don't know. I'm going to see how it goes. I wanted to try to make up some time from last night. It's just hard for me to walk. I don't know what I did to my hip. I really don't. But I know sitting here, it's hard to get up and walk. It hurts worse. It's just a situation. It hurts to sit, it hurts to walk, so I'm kind of taking it easy. And sitting in a chair for 4 to 6 hours just does not help. But I do appreciate y'all, and I hope to see you back. Hopefully, I'll be okay to stream again at our normal time, 10 to 3, later this evening. Thank you all.